great, and his early season results back that up. Last night's gloomy skies have been replaced by bright sunshine for this afternoon's game between your Rangers and the Chicago White Sox. Texas Rangers baseball presented by AT&T High-Speed Internet. As we welcome you into the south side of Chicago this afternoon, the Rangers and the White Sox, game 2 of our 3-game series this weekend. And hello again, folks. Welcome you in to the booth. I'm Dave Ramit alongside America's favorite color announcer, Tom Grieve. Tom, the Rangers couldn't be happier to put yesterday behind them, and they have to feel great about having Colby Lewis on the mound this afternoon.
No doubt about it, Dave. And Colby has to feel good about being on the mound himself and how good he feels so far this season. A couple of years ago, he had the hip resurfacing surgery, first major league player to ever come back from that. Last year, he pitched most of the season with a bad knee. He's had surgery to correct that. He says he feels great, and so far this season, the results have been very good. We'll show a glimpse of what he's done in his 3 starts. He's been Colby Lewis. That's the best way you can describe it. 6 innings in each one of his starts. He's had good velocity on his fastball, good command of all his breaking pitches. He's pitching in a ballpark here where he's done exceptionally well recently. In his last 3 starts here, he's thrown a couple of shutouts, 8 innings, 1 run in the other start. So he's off to a solid start this year. He feels great, and he's pitching in a ballpark he loves to pitch in.
He's given up the 5 home runs, and that is always the type of thing you have to be concerned about in this ballpark. But he's limited the walks to this point, only 6 walks against 17 strikeouts to this point of the season. So Colby Lewis on the mound today for the Rangers against the White Sox. Middle game of our series, and we've got more coming up after this. Baseball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealer. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today for incredible deals and see why Ford is the best in Texas. By AT&T high-speed internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Colby Lewis getting ready to go this afternoon, a 1-0 record. It will be his 4th start of the season against these Chicago White Sox. We'll have those starting lineup to the first pitch coming up in just a moment. Enjoyed yesterday. Yesterday, very chilly, blustery conditions for what ended up being a rather disappointing evening ball game here at U.S. Cellular. Today, tons of sunshine on the south side as we get ready to go. White Sox and Rangers middle game of this 3-game series. This is our Rangers starting lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Delano DeShields still at the top spot, 0 for his last 13. Nomar Mazara back in the order today in right field, batting second. It'll be Beltre, Fielder, and Desmond in the heart of the order. Mitch Moreland bats 6th at first base. Elvis Andrus at short. Rougned Odor batting 8th, and then Brian Holiday catching again this afternoon for Colby Lewis.
Pitching for the White Sox is Carlos Rodon. He's only 23 years old. He was a very high draft choice, the 3rd pick in the 2014 draft. College pitcher from North Carolina State. He only had 34 innings in the minor leagues. And don't be too fast to judge him based on his early season ERA of 4.73. He's coming off a terrible start, a 1/3 of an inning where he gave up 5 runs against the Angels. Prior to that, though, he pitched 2 very good games. 7 innings, 2 runs at Oakland, 6 innings, no runs at Minnesota. He's got good stuff. He's a strikeout pitcher. In his career, he's averaged about a strikeout per inning. Occasionally, he'll have command problems. Last year, he walked 4.5 batters per 9 innings. That was the most in Major League Baseball. But he's still a young, developing guy with a great arm, and when he's on, he is very tough to hit.
Let's take a look at the defense behind him today, presented by T-Mobile. Melky Cabrera made some good plays in left field last night. Austin Jackson in center. Adam Eaton with the big play in right, starting that ridiculous triple play. Frazier and Rollins on the left side. Laurie and Abreu on the right side for Rodon, and Alex Avila is battery mate. Jeff Bannister, a little better mood this afternoon as we get ready to get this one going. There was some frustration yesterday. In fact, in the first inning of yesterday's game, Tag, an appeal on a play in the bottom of the first inning did not go the Rangers' way, and it ended up being a type of play that was on his mind and a part of his ongoing conversation with the umpiring crew the rest of the evening, and we're still fired up about it this morning. We're ready to go. DeShields in there and takes strike one to get us started. Delano 0 for his last 13. Just looking for some way to get started. Falls in a hole here, 0-2. Had the average up at 326 not that long ago, but it has fallen precipitously with this skid that he's on right now. And the numbers yo-yo quite a bit in the first month of the season. Strikeout to get things started this afternoon for Carlos Rodon.
Rodon has a good fastball. It reaches the mid-90s. Saw one at 95. And he'll get a lot of strikeouts on this pitch. A hard slider. When he throws it down and in like that, very tough pitch to lay off of. It looks like a strike. Ends up a ball. Breaks sharply and tough to make contact with that pitch.
One away, and Nomar Mazara back of the lineup today. Got the evening off yesterday, and a good break for Mazara last night. Back in there against the lefty today. And he takes strike one. Mazara's last 3 games, 2 hits and 10 at bats, and still the average you can see at 378. It's 1-1. Approaching his 21st birthday coming up early next week. He takes another strike. 1-2. Rodon wasting no time. Can't get Mazara to chase that slider.
A very patient hitter. He's not afraid to take strikes. And for a young 20-year-old in the big leagues for the first time, that hard slider out of the strike zone, that's a very hard pitch to not swing at. Especially with 2 strikes when you've already taken a couple of strikes.
2-2 just misses.
Now he's worked the count, seen all the pitches, seen the slider, seen the fastball.
Playing straight up on the infield, the payoff to Mazara, and he'll live to see another one. Rodon, very highly touted left-hander, 6'3", 235 pounds. North Carolina. And he gets Mazara swing. 2 strikeouts to begin the afternoon.
Tailing fastball, 94 miles an hour. Started on the inside of the plate, tailed in. 10 pitches into the ball game, get a pretty good idea of what he throws and why he's so tough to hit. Probably just beginning to crack the surfaces of what he's going to be able to do in the future if he continues to develop and stays healthy.
Certainly the feeling here in Chicago, they think the ceiling's awfully high for Rodon. So now deals with Adrian Beltre, 6th in the league with a 344 average. Riding a modest 5-game hitting streak. 1-1. Beltre last night, a couple more hits. Finished 2 for 4 in the ball game. Was a part of that triple play last night. And while Rodon has punched out the first 2 he has faced, difficult to get Beltre. Although he does induce the fly ball, Jackson is there, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Rodon. He makes it look easy in the top of the first. White Sox coming to bat against that man, Colby Lewis. For the Rangers, White Sox to get their looks at Colby Lewis today. Take a look at the White Sox are running out there today. Robert Ventura starting it off with Adam Eaton, who's been very good for him. Jimmy Rollins back in there today at shortstop, batting second. Abreu, Frazier, Cabrera, the heart of the order. Brett Lawrie, and then it's Avisail Garcia, Alex Avila, and Austin Jackson, the center fielder, rounding things out for Chicago.
Colby Lewis making his 4th start of the season. The first 3 have been solid. He's gone 6 innings in all 3 starts. His ERA is right at 4. Gave up a few home runs in his last start against the Orioles. Generally, they've been solo shots. He does not want to walk somebody. He's not afraid to throw a strike. Occasionally, he'll leave one out over the plate. It'll be hit out of the ballpark. But Colby's been throwing the ball well. His velocity's been at least what you would expect. And his breaking pitches have been sharp. So far, so good. And as we've said before in the pregame show and in the open, he likes to pitch in this ballpark, and his last 3 starts have been very good here.
There's 1-1 to Eaton. Called strike. Eaton at 317. One of the very few on this Rangers club who has enjoyed some success at the plate in this first month of the season. Looks this one into left field. Desmond coming on and has to go into a slide to make the play. He thought that was going to hang up a little longer, but Eaton retired for the first out of the inning.
Well, when you're learning to play a new position in the outfield, occasionally you'll take a little bit of a circuitous route to the ball, and we've seen that from Ian a little bit. The thing he has going for him is his athletic ability, his reflexes, and his speed, and he can correct for that. The only way that you develop excellent routes to the ball in the outfield is to play out there and continue to get the on-the-job training. He'll continue to do that, continue to get better and better, and catch more and more balls out there. Right now, a lot of them that he catches, he's doing it because of his speed, and that was an example of that.
Jimmy Rollins, veteran shortstop, takes the first 2 out of the zone. Rollins at just 217. A home run and 3 driven in. There are 6
White Sox in this lineup today hitting under 220. That's a little low. It's 3-0 to Rollins. Well, he has made contact. He's done some damage. Taking all the way here. It's 3-1. Couple of veterans squaring off. Full count. Rollins, a long-time Philly. Second-round pick back in 1996 by the Phillies. Enjoyed many great years in Philadelphia. Last year with the Dodgers. Chases one head high, pops it up. Holiday may have a play, runs out of room.
That kid with the Blackhawks jersey almost got hit right in the head. He turned his back to the plate, looked up for the ball. It came down about 2 feet in front of him. So fortunately, there was no one sitting where it hit. It didn't come back any closer to the plate. He has a sore head right now.
Got to get in position first. Now Lewis loses Jimmy Rollins, and the White Sox have their first base runner of the afternoon. Check out the defense behind Colby today. Rangers defense delivered by the New Braunfels Convention and Visitors Bureau. In the outfield, Ian Desmond made that nice play. Delano DeShields and Nomar Mazara back at right. Beltre at third, Andrus at short, Odor and Moreland on the right side, and Brian Holiday catching again this afternoon for Colby Lewis. Jose Abreu stands in and takes ball one. Another White Sox hitter off to a slow start, 180 average, just 268 on base, but does have power. He's been his calling card since coming up 2 years ago with the White Sox. 2-0.
One of the kind of pitches you like to get a guy to chase, and Abreu has been chasing more balls out of the strike zone early in the season. 4 for his last 40, so he has been struggling. But he laid off both of those pitches, worked the count. Sooner or later, this guy's going to get hot. He's been a 300 hitter at least the last 2 years, his first 2 years.
Little tapper, and Lewis will take the out at first. Rollins advances to second base.
Right off the end of the bat, making 2 balls and no strikes. Abreu was a little more confident he was going to see a good pitch to hit. Colby got him way out in front. Easy out, right off the end of the bat. Almost snuck it by Colby, but not quite.
Good job of fielding his position. Always stays very calm out there. 2 out. Now here's Todd Frazier. Frazier had really one of the key at-bats last night. Kind of gets lost in all the madness of the late innings yesterday. He takes strike 1. He fell behind 0-2. His at-bat in the 6th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. And Martin Perez got into a protracted battle with him and ended up losing him to the walk. And that 2-out walk opened the door for what would ultimately be a 3-run inning. Frazier pops this foul, and it's 0-2. It's not as if he stood up there and watched the next 4 pitches miss. He fouled off a number of good offerings from Perez until eventually was able to get that walk. Rollins at second base, and the 0-2. Another pop-up, another souvenir. Reds. Got to clean up in every game this year for the White Sox. And figures to be a big part of whatever success they endeavor to have here in Chicago this summer. This one, with each foul getting closer and closer to the field of play. But not unlike that at bat we were just talking about last night. This is what Frazier has done well, is fight off the close pitches, keep the at bat going. Last night I think it took us almost 6 innings to get a hit with a runner on base for either team. And Frazier has not had a lot of success doing that, at least with runners in scoring position recently.
Well, he's mixing up his pitches, going slider, fastball, slider, fastball. He's a little late on the fastball, a little early on the slider, but he's managing to make some contact.
4 consecutive foul balls off the bat of Todd Frazier. Count stays 0-2. We'll make it 5. Well, you're new to town. You want to make some fans, some friends in Chicago. Just feed them foul balls.
And then give them to a little boy and really make somebody happy.
20 pitches this inning for Colby Lewis. A third of them have been foul balls. But ultimately it gets Frazier swinging, and that strikeout ends the inning. White Sox leave a man in scoring position. We've played 1 scoreless inning in Chicago. You've come to expect and more. There's also a new low price for 2016. Watch every out-of-market game of all 30 teams live and in true HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Scoreless ball game, second inning. Prince Fielder leading things off. Prince with a couple of hits last night. Has the average up over the Mendoza line at 203. Fielder, though, second in the American League with those 14 RBIs. And it is counted. He has been there in his first several weeks for the Rangers. It's 2-1. And lately, even when it hasn't been such a big deal, he's been finding his way on. Gets this ball hard into the shift on the right side. And it's a 3-1 put out as Abreu able to make the play.
Now Don's last start was here against the Angels. He pitched 1/3 of an inning, gave up 6 hits, 2 walks, 5 runs, and was gone. Threw 41 pitches to get 1 out in the first inning. Well, he was on his way to a memorable first inning if he stayed for the whole inning.
Yeah, pace of 120 pitches
That
for
was,
one inning.
that was a tough inning, boy. But his other starts have been very solid. It doesn't matter who you are, Cy Young Award winner, you're going to have games like that. Just not working.
Desmond hammers one center field. Austin Jackson is back, and it's gone. A solo home run for Ian Desmond. 1-0 Rangers.
Well, we talked about Ian in last night's game. Coming into this White Sox series, he had been swinging the bat well the last few games in Texas. Didn't have a lot to show for it in last night's game, but he hit a line shot to left field right up near the warning track that Melky Cabrera somehow made a stab at and caught. Also had a good swing and just got underneath the ball, so he timed a couple of balls really well last night, and it continues into this game against a tough pitcher. Gets a slider, made a mistake with it. Hit that ball so hard it didn't even appear on the rectangle. He knocked it right off the rectangle. Oh, there it is. No, that was the pitch to Mitch. I would guess if it did register on the Fox tracks, it would have been near the center of the plate. And it went to the center of the field about 410 feet.
Moreland hits one sharply to the right side. Laurie out there in the grass in right field makes the play, 2 away. Let's take another look. 107 miles per hour off the bat. Traveled 405 feet. I guess that was the official measurement. I think it was for Backstrack says, or rather, StatCast says 414 feet.
Just a matter, I guess, of predicting where it would have landed. It's pretty obvious it's about 400 feet based on the number on the wall, and then how far over the wall did it go. We've seen Ian demonstrate the ability to hit line drives to left field and right field. He's got good power to right center field. Obviously, very evident on that ball that he hit out to dead center field.
He's been a different man since taking those 3 days off. Elvis Andrus, 327 average. That has him at 9th in the American League. And it sits in a favorable count here, 2-0. Elvis last night was 2nd in the batting order. Today, back down at 7th. And that's with the return of Nomar Mazara today, bumping him out of that 2-hole. Slow bouncer, shortstop. Rollins right there on top of it, and it ends the inning. But Ian Desmond, his 2nd home run in the last 3 games. Rangers lead it 1-0.
Texas Rangers baseball on Fox Sports Southwest, brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today for incredible deals and see why Ford is the best in Texas. 1-0 Rangers, and Lewis pumps in strike one to Melky Cabrera to start playing the bottom of the second. I'm Dave Raymond with Tom Grieve. Great to be with you on this Saturday afternoon. Rangers trying to even this series after being shut out for the first time this season last night. 5-0 White Sox victory yesterday. Cabrera, a big part of that, and had a couple of hits last night. He takes his 2-1 delivery and hammers it out to right field. Ball carries well out there, and he's tied it up.
Sox as a team haven't been hot to start the season. Cabrera, though, is off to a good start. Look how he got a changeup, belt high, right down the middle of the plate. Cabrera, coming into the game in his last 14 games, was hitting .367, so he's swinging it pretty well. Only got that one pretty well.
Well, he hit it to the right part of the ballpark. That is the area out there in right field where the ball seems to really carry here. Cabrera's second home run of the season. Popped foul, 0-2 to Laurie. Laurie, a guy who lately is see things come together a little bit. 288 average now. Never enjoyed hitting off Colby Lewis. One and two. Had a double, drove in a couple last night. And takes strike three. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Colby Lewis.
Lowry eyeballed that one all the way. Watched it all the way. Thought it was a ball and didn't get the call. Unfortunately, it's going to be strike three. He didn't like the call. He said, hey, I saw that all the way. I wasn't fooled.
One down for Avisail Garcia. And he takes strike one. Now Colby Lewis threw over 20 pitches in that first inning. He wants to be a little more efficient here. Coming right after Garcia. It's 0-2.
When you get behind Colby 0-2 with two fastballs, and you haven't seen the slider yet, it's going to make it pretty tough if he throws one of those good pitches down and away. Good sliders down and away.
Garcia rolls over on one to third. Beltre manages to complete the play. Great work by Moreland at first base to keep his toe on the bag.
Mitch has very good feel around the bag as far as his footwork goes, his hands go, scooping balls out of the dirt. If you're an infielder, you'd love having Mitch Moreland at first base. Almost every time, Adrian, Elvis, Rougned, they're going to make accurate throws, but when they don't, they know they've got a safety net over there. And that's that big glove from Mitch.
Really nicely done. Two gone, Alex Avila. Eighth in the order today for the White Sox. And the Rangers employ the shift on the infield. Elvis Andrus playing over toward more of a second base position. Odor out there in shallow right. And breaking ball just misses.
Did it miss? That is the question.
According to box tracks, no, it did not.
Let's put it this way. If that ball was called a strike, Alex Avila would not have argued. And when it was called a ball, in the back of his mind, he thought, ooh, thank you very much.
Favorable 2-1 count for the left-handed hitter. Another close pitch. That's 3-1. Lewis didn't miss very much on any of those in that at bat that walks Avila. Brings up Austin Jackson. Tough go offensively for the speedy center fielder, 180 average. But woo, look at those numbers head to head against Colby Lewis. And he's up there hacking. Jackson had a good night last night. It's this ball high in the air center field. Now got to carry for him today. DeShields in, and the inning is over. It started with a Melky Cabrera home run, and we played 2 innings, tied at 1. Third inning in Chicago. Time for our TXU Energy Power Player to watch. That's right. Rougned Odor batting 8th for the Rangers today. And he has been so productive with his hits. 6th in the league with 13 RBIs. He'd have to hit it over the fence right here to pick up an RBI. And Rodon comes up and in with ball 1. Odor, Ryan Holiday, and then back to the top of the order, Delino DeShields. Today, Rodon has been throwing strikes. Rangers, I think the scouting report prior to the game today was probably trying to be patient as Odor serves one into left field. Base hit gets us started in the top of the third. Now let's send it back to Aaron Hardigan to the studio for a Chevy game break. All right, thanks, Aaron. So, is it possible that Oakland would lose a game on the road?
I think it's always possible. However unlikely you may think it is, it's always possible.
7-0 so far this year away from the Coliseum, but trailing today in Toronto.
You might have thought it was impossible to see that triple play as it came across last night, but you saw it. So
even halfway through that triple play, I thought it was going to be impossible.
Let's put it this way: if that triple play was possible, then Oakland losing on the road is possible. I feel very safe in saying that.
Holiday at the right side of the plate, 1-1 count, and Rodon fouled back. Holiday's been productive at the plate. He's done a great job behind the plate. That has been the real key. I say it over and over and over again about catchers. And they pay you for applying the craft defensively. So 1-2. Blooped into center. And shortstop Rollins out to make the play. One away.
I mentioned a little bit earlier that Rodon was the third pick in the draft recently, 2014, went to North Carolina State. Didn't pitch much in the minor leagues. After he signed, he pitched 20, 22 innings, a couple of different minor league teams. And last year he started out in the minor leagues, only pitched about 10 innings. So I think when the White Sox drafted him, they drafted him knowing the talent that he had, but also feeling that he was very close to the big leagues and wouldn't require a lot of time in the minor leagues. And they were right.
Bouncer third. Frazier grabbed it in foul territory. Steve, like one.
Well, that would have been one of those close plays at second base, too. We saw a challenge by the Rangers on the double play. And that one, Rougned's slide took him past the bag. If we can see it, it doesn't matter because the ball's foul. Looked like he was able to keep his hand on the bag, so it probably would have been okay. Let's see. Slides before he got to the bag, and he's grabbing onto that bag, and the umpire's looking too. That would have been close.
So DeShields will get another opportunity. That was the first time this afternoon that we've seen a Rangers hitter offer at the first pitch. So they have been fairly consistent with the approach. 1-1 now on DeShields. I think the idea was, look, if Rodon has had some trouble with command at times this year, let's let him create some problems for himself here. Don't help him out. Now, the back-to-back strikeouts to start the game may change that tenor just a little bit.
I think you're exactly right, Dave. I think when you look at him from a scouting standpoint before the game and you have your hitting meeting, you say, look, this guy walked almost 4.5 guys to 9 innings last year. That's the most in Major League Baseball. And he's had a game this year, one game where he walked 5 in 6 innings. Make him throw strikes. You're right. Don't let him get off the hook.
That one stopped behind second by Lowry. And what a nice backhand flip to retire Odor. I had to pause for a moment. I wasn't certain he'd be able to complete that play.
I thought it was up the middle. It's an all-out dive, and he catches it right in the tip of his glove And I don't think he was trying to showboat. I think this is the only way he can get rid of the ball. His body's in front of him, so he can't flip it sideways. The only part of his body that had been cleared was the backside, so he flipped it backwards and made the play. Beautiful play. It just didn't look like he was going to be able to get to that ball. But the all-out dive, he snared it right in the web of his glove. Beautiful play. Takes a first and third away from the Rangers and 1 out.
Now it's going to be up to Mazara to try and create something of this inning. I'll give it to the White Sox. They have played excellent defense in this game. In fact, depending on what defensive metric you favor, they statistically have been the best in the American League these first couple of weeks. Defensive runs saved. Low strike that time to Mazara, 1-1. This time Rory playing deep out on the grass in right field. A modified shift of sorts. 2-1. I mean, you still have the 2 infielders on the left side of second, 2 on the right side of second, just aligned in a somewhat extreme fashion. Shields drawing some attention over there at first base. Take a look at our Ford leaderboard. The first 10 career games, Mazara with 14 hits. He puts in some pretty good company. It's 3-1. Adrian Beltre waiting on deck, and he has been one of the better hitters, not just on this Rangers team, but in the American League these first few weeks. Love for him to get up in this third inning. So Tom, with the defensive shifts, and this one is not an extraordinary shift by any means. When you get to 2 strikes, should they get to 2 strikes on Mazara here, do you tone that down a little bit? Come back to maybe a little more conventional look. This one ripped right at the shift. And Laurie calls it in. Save that thought, Tom.
Okay. I was ready to answer. I'm ready for you.
We'll get to that at the bottom of the third, tied at 1. Chili Company Dollar Hot Dog Night is this Wednesday. So the Rangers take on the Yankees and enjoy all the Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dogs you can eat for just $1 each. Tickets are available at TexasRangers.com. All right, bottom of the third inning, a 1-1 game, top of the order for the White Sox. As we pick up where we left off at the top of the third inning. Of course, a very straight up alignment with Adam Eaton at the plate, but Tag, we were just talking about that shift that the White Sox were laying out there for Nomar Mazara, which, by the way, apparently could not have been better. This one served into left field. Desmond calls it in, 1 down. And the question was, do you change that shift with 2 strikes? Yeah, so there's the shift. Look at the second baseman, Laurie, out in right field.
Yeah, I don't know on that one that you're going to do anything differently. As you said, it's a mild shift, and the fact that the second baseman is deep, I don't think changes with 2 strikes. But we have seen some teams this year have a fairly strong shift on with the infielders all the way on the other side of second base, and then with 2 strikes, watch them shift back a little bit the other way. And I think as more and more data is compiled, you probably will shift back a little bit depending on the hitter. You know, there's some hitters that take a different approach with 2 strikes. They may just choke up a little bit, try to go back through the middle, and aren't as likely to pull the ball with 2 strikes. There's other hitters, George Springer for one, who's going to swing the same 0-2 as he does 3-0, and you probably wouldn't change on him. But I guess to answer your question, in certain situations, I think you probably would switch back and have a little bit less of a shift if a guy had 2 strikes on him.
Well, you may never know with Nomar Mazara.
Well, yeah, Mazara, whatever statistics they've compiled on him, I don't know if they're able to go back into the minor leagues to collect them, but based on what you've seen in a limited sample.
There's a hard hit ball right into a smaller shift. Odor perfectly positioned. 2 gone.
It would seem to show that he's a straightaway hitter, both when he hits the ball in the air and when he hits the ball on the ground. He's hit a number of ground balls to the shortstop side of second base, so you probably wouldn't put a big shift on. They were mildly shifted toward right field. The big difference was you had the second baseman way out in left field, and it's hard to play a second baseman out there if a guy's a really fast runner because you don't have time to make the play at first. I guess they feel with Mazara, if he hits a normal ground ball, the second baseman will have time to get him to first base. Obviously, if he hits a chopper towards second, you're probably not going to have time, and the shift, having him deep in right field like that, might go against you. As it turned out in that at bat, it was positioned perfectly to take a base hit away from you.
Never ceases to amaze me when you see those shifts, and they are perfect. And you couldn't have placed Brett Laurie in a better spot. 2-0. That's a beauty. Strike 1 to Jose Abreu.
They position the players in a shift based on tendencies and what they expect to happen more often than not, but it's not foolproof. It's not going to happen every time. We've seen shifts against Elvis and Ryan Rua where the infielders were on the left side of the infield.
Nice play by Elvis at short to take away a line drive base hit from Abreu and complete a 1-2-3 inning for Colby Lewis. We've played 3 complete. It's a 1-1 ball game. upcoming series with the Yankees. Get 2 upper reserve tickets for $25 on April 25th or $26 on April 26th. Use coupon code FSSW at TexasRangers.com to get your pay-the-date tickets. Ticket offer courtesy of Fox Sports Southwest. Well, Beltre was waiting in that on-deck circle an inning ago. Now has to lead off the 4th inning. 0 for 1 today, flied out in the 1st inning. Swinging a pretty hot bat lately. That's 1 and 2. There you go, 22 hits. 3rd most in the league, 6th in doubles, 6th in batting average. Great start for the veteran 3rd baseman. That's 2 and 2. I think it's a point, no doubt, hit on you and Buzz. So I had John Daniels in the day of the announcement of Beltre's signing. His 2-year extension last week as he strikes out to start the 4th inning. The bat's been great. The defense as good as it's been. But when you think about what Adrian Beltre brings to this club, the value really is in his presence in the clubhouse and that dugout.
That's definitely a strong suit for him. There's no doubt about it. You hope that that's a quality your best player brings to the party. Obviously, it takes the talent to be a best player, to be able to play the game. But when your best player is also one of the best teammates, a leader on the team and an inspiration to his teammates, then you have the best of both worlds. You've got the talent and you've got all the other things to go along with it. Sometimes you get the talent, but the other guy doesn't bring leadership qualities. He's not a focus in the clubhouse, and that's fine. You've got a great player, but with Adrian, you have everything. A well-rounded player who's not just a great player on the field, but an inspiration to everybody in uniform.
2 and 1 to fielder. You know, you've been in the game, what, 50 years now, right? This is 50th year.
That's right.
But how often do you see that being the case? That the best player is also that role model in the clubhouse. Abreu with a good backhanded stop. 2 out. Well, I guess my knee-jerk, Tom, is to say that it is not really that often.
Yeah, I don't think. You have to go back and study it a little bit, I guess. But my reaction would be the same. For a long time, 10 or 15 years, however long Michael Young was in Texas, he was certainly one of the Rangers' best players, an all-star player, and he had those exact same qualities. He was a leader on the team. He was an inspiration. He played when he was hurt. He was well respected. The fans admired him. The kids came to the game with his jersey on, and that's the same thing with Adrian. And I think Adrian had those qualities and probably would be the same way today. But I would also guess that a lot of those qualities and the way he is today has something to do with having been Michael's teammate, too. I'm sure that Adrian learned a lot watching Michael, and I'm sure he would say that if you asked him. So the Rangers have been very fortunate for a long time to have those kind of players on the field that bring those qualities off the field as well.
Two-strike pitch. Desmond gets a piece of it. And Desmond has been swinging a red-hot bat. A couple of home runs now in the last 3 games. He has scored a run in 6 of the last 7 Rangers contests.
You know, recently I've read a lot about David Ross, backup catcher with the Cubs. Now, he's not one of the team's best players, never has been. He's been kind of a utility catcher. But evidently, and I can't say this from my own personal experience, but reading about him and what other players say about him, he is one of the ultimate teammates, leaders, even though he's not one of the best players.
That's a good point, and that was one of the really nice side stories to the Arrieta no-hitter a couple of days ago for the Cubs. A 1-1 game here on the South Side. Well, get $35 tickets in the Cholula all-you-can-eat porch Monday through Wednesday when the Rangers take on the Yankees. Enjoy all-you-can-eat buffet of your favorite ballpark food and a great view from this new left field video board, all while saving 34% on tickets. Use the online coupon code HUNGRY at TexasRangers.com/specials to reserve your seat today. 1-1, bottom of the 4th inning. Colby Lewis to Todd Frazier, and there's a swing and a fly ball. Center field. Shields tracks it down for out number 1. Colby settling in a little bit here. Time for our Kubota power stats. You see it. He has been a workhorse for the Rangers. You know, battling through injuries, and I mean, he gets a lot of questions about his condition this year. He's lost some weight. Feels like he's in better shape this season at the start of the season. Pumps in another strike to count 0-2. Talks a lot about his bicycling lately. All the exercise he gets biking around. 0-2.
Yeah, I think based on listening to Colby talk, you'd have to say this is the best he's felt in a number of years. He always had the pain until he had the hip resurfacing done. I think he finally got to the point where the pain was so great he had to take a chance on the surgery, knowing that players had not come back or had that surgery very often. But he risked that, came back from the hip resurfacing, and I can remember at the beginning of last year listening to him say he had to get used to having a longer stride to home plate. His hip was free now, and it took him a while to get his timing down. Then he hurt his knee, and he pitched the last part of the season with a bad knee. Had the surgery on the knee, rehabbed it, did all the cycling you mentioned. Came to spring training in great shape, and right now he probably feels as well as he's felt in a long time. But he was able to pitch and pitch at a high level and a lot of pain for a number of years without complaining about it too. I think that's one thing players admire in other players, is the ones who are able to. Adrian, Michael Young, there's a lot of them, but guys that can play when they're hurt, not complain, don't make excuses. Because I think everybody, number one, all the players know how hard it is to play big league baseball anyway, and how hard it is to play if you're hurt. Your fingers are hurt, your wrist is hurt, it's hard to do anything. Sore back, bad knees. It's tough to play any sport at that level when you're injured. Guys that go out there and do it every day and don't complain about it gain a lot of admiration.
Another base hit for Melky Cabrera. That was a terrific at bat for Cabrera. 2 strikes, he fouled off 4 pitches. Finally finding some room out there in right center. He has been a tough out in this series.
He's always been a good hitter. He's been a line drive hitter. He's swinging the bat pretty well right now.
He's on for Brett Lawrie. Here you see it. Another multi-hit game for Cabrera. And the home run in the second. The base hit just a moment ago. Another first pitch strike. That's 15 batters Colby Lewis has faced, and he has pumped in strike 1 12 times. She goes a long way towards success as gets ahead of Lawrie.
That bat right in half on a foul ball grounder. Eye black, mouth guard, the glasses, the armor on his left arm. He's ready to go, boy.
is prepared for just about anything.
This guy's a high energy player.
He is.
He's always moving.
I'm sure if he checked his back pocket, he'd see a Swiss Army knife in there. Yeah, I like that one.
Lowry's been a hot hitter. Been hitting over 340 the last couple of weeks. Big hit in last night's game.
Made a terrific defensive play earlier today as well. Another good addition for this White Sox team as he lays off that slider away, 2-2. They haven't had too many in the pinstripes hitting the ball very well, and as you mentioned, Lowry recently has picked things up for him. Adam Eaton, the only guy who has been consistently solid for them since the get-go. I guess maybe you throw Melky Cabrera in there. He's hit the ball certainly very well in this series. There you go, last 12 games, and he was rounded back into shape. Hunter going. And he'll have to return to first.
Lowry's really working to lay off of the slider, curveball, down, away, out of the strike zone. Last year with Oakland early in the season, Rangers struck him out a bunch of times. All you do is spin it up there out of the strike zone, and they got him to swing at it. He's laid off that pitch 3 times in this at-bat. Trying to improve on that aspect of his game.
He's making Lewis work. As he pops this one up behind the plate, perhaps playable for Holiday. No. Quite enough room back there behind the plate. Boy, Lewis, there's been a couple of these at-bats today where he's had to labor a bit. In the previous at-bat, it took him 8 pitches to Cabrera before he finally reached on a hit. This will be the 8th pitch of this at-bat to Lowry. He had one earlier with Frazier, I want to say back in the first inning, where Frazier must have fouled off about 4 or 5. Runner going again, and that's ball 4. Makes those even tougher when you invest as much as Lewis did in both Cabrera and Lowry and lose them both. I mean, just get a ground ball. And get out of this inning with no harm done. He needs Garcia to help him out here. White Sox with the win last night. Now 11 wins, 6 losses. They're a half game back of Kansas City in the American League Central. Garcia went after strike 1.
That's what he's trying to get Lowry to do, swing that pitch out of the strike zone. Lowry showed a lot of patience in that last at-bat.
This guy's been a lightning rod for some criticism here early in the season. He has struggled mightily at the plate, to the frustration of many White Sox fans. DH batting 7th. Hits this one to center field. Shields is there. 2 gone. No, not the ground ball, but he'll take it. Not a whole lot going on early in the season for Alex Avila, though we did draw a walk in the 2nd inning. Tough for Lewis to get very deep in this game. This will be his 70th pitch. So he works in the 4th inning. He gets the ground ball. That one might be trouble, however. Odor with a long way to go, and it'll be an infield hit for Avila. They're loaded up.
Well, there's one where the shift might have taken a hit away if it was hit in a different spot, but the slowly hit ground ball where it was hit turned into a base hit. Now maybe it would have rolled through the infield for a base hit and scored a run. Maybe the fact that he was so deep allowed him to go over, cut the ball off, and keep the guy from scoring from second base. So a couple of different ways to look at it. Would he have been right there to field it for an easy out? Would he have been played over to pull a little bit? Had the ball roll into center field, in which case it would have been a run. No damage done if you get Austin Jackson right there.
And Jackson batting ninth. Great speed at the bottom of the order, but a real struggle for him offensively. The problem is he's had good numbers in his career against Colby Lewis. And he hit a ball well in the second inning, but for a deep out to center field. So on the one hand, you think, well, ninth batter, just go after him. On the other hand, this has not been a favorable matchup for Colby Lewis over the course of their careers. White Sox at every base. And that ball popped up. Moreland will squeeze it, and the inning is over. So Colby Lewis gets out of a bases loaded jam. And we'll go to the fifth inning, all square, one apiece. Texas Rangers baseball on Fox Sports Southwest, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Mazda. In every car we make, you'll see why driving matters. One ball game as we head to the fifth inning. Mitch Moreland, Elvis Andrus, and Rougned Odor. Due for the Rangers, Carlos Rodon. Left-hander is pitched pretty well this afternoon. Been a little hit or miss early this season for Rodon, but one of the more highly thought of young pitchers in the game. Moreland grounded out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. In there today against a left-hander, second night in a row, and I asked Jeff Bannister about that earlier this morning. And he pointed out one of the things you pointed out as well last night, Tag, which was that fifth inning at bat. Popped up to center field, but he just missed squaring up a ball. A great swing, and then it was his line drive out to right field on a ball smoked. It started that wild triple play.
Yep, he had a couple of balls, and Ian Desmond the same thing. Ian had the same high pop-up that he just missed, and a hard line shot. The that the play was made on. So both of them had those 2 at-bats.
Roller to the right side of second base, but the shortstop Rollins is there to make the play. Banny observing, just in his mind, it feels like Moreland is, as we like to say, hitterish. A little hitterish. Come around any moment for him. Well, Andrus 0 for 1 today. Came in at 9th in the league at 327. And one of the better against left-handed pitching. It's 2-0. He was hitting .455 against lefties coming into today's game. We're done challenging him in this at bat. 3-0 the count. Play Elvis pretty much straight up. To me, that is the aberration these days. When teams respect your ability to hit it to any part of the ballpark, that's unusual. Routine bouncer shortstop. And Rollins puts him away. 2 down.
Rangers are getting a good taste of White Sox pitching, which has been the best in the American League to start the season. Quintana last night pitched very well. Rodon pitching very well right now. 2 young left-handers. Miss Chris Sale, their best pitcher, which is nice.
You feel like you've kind of won by virtue of not having to see Chris Sale in a series, but they've seen a couple of really tough lefties so far. And then Matt Latos, who they will see tomorrow, has been one of the more intriguing pitching stories in the American League. And he is absolutely dealt.
Now, Rangers didn't mind facing Chris Sale as long as Adam Rosales was here. But without Adam Rosales, you don't want to face Chris Sale. There can't be too many guys that hit Chris Sale better than Adam Rosales. There were a couple of remember the one game there were a couple of home runs against him.
2-1 to Odor, who singled in the 3rd inning.
Adams playing out in San Diego. Saw him hit a long home run in San Diego off that building in left field the other day. Sprinted around the bases in about 12 or 13 seconds on his home run trot. Kind of a signature move of his.
Yeah, he was rounding third before the ball had actually made it all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, he's one of the guys you miss. He had great energy, smile on his face. A fun guy to be around. Right? Miss him.
Odor waiting on a full count pitch from Rodon, and here it comes. That one will just roll foul. Hey, to your point, Adam Rosales 7 for 17 against Chris Sale, but only with 3 home runs.
probably not many guys that can say that against Chris Sale.
Wow. Yeah, that's impressive. That to me is one of the greatest things about baseball is you can have somebody as dominant as Chris Sale, and yet somebody like Adam Rosales can own him. And the game just it does that over and over again.
And the answer is always the same. When the player's asked, how do you do that? The answer is, I haven't got the slightest idea. Just went up there, saw the ball, and swung, and that's what happened.
Inside corner call for Rodon, and it puts away Odor, and the Rangers in the 5th, halfway there this afternoon, tied at 1. And Colby Lewis working in a 1-1 tie at the top of the order for the White Sox. This is into Adam Eaton. Eaton 0 for 2 twice, has flied out to left field. Looks like he's trying to head that way again. It's 1-1.
Yeah, we're talking about Eaton in the pregame show. He had a good year last year. He had over 600 at bats, played in over 150 games. Hit 287, hit 14 home runs. He had 9 triples, scored almost 100 runs. For a leadoff hitter, an OPS of 890 on base percentage plus slugging percentage. It's pretty solid. He's a pretty good force for the White Sox getting on base. Once the guys in the middle of the lineup start hitting, they'll score a lot of runs.
Rolls it right to Odor for the first out of the inning. And let's send it back to Aaron Hardigan again in the studio for a Chevy game break. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. A 1-1 game here. Can't imagine 10 runs in a game. A lot of offense for the Indians today. Jimmy Rollins 0 for 1 with a walk. Pitching and defense has been the story in this series. And that one through for a base hit. Rollins on for the second time this afternoon. How about a little Coors Light Cold Hard Fact? The Cold Hard Fact brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Jose Abreu stepping in. Goodwill tour of Cuba. And right now the Cuban players stateside here, guys like Brian Pena, Ignacio Puig, Nancy Ramirez, Abreu. Boy, there's some big time talent, some of the best and most exciting talent in the game. Natives of Cuba. And that is, you think of all the talent out of the Dominican over the last several decades. Runner going and a ball hit high in the air center field. DeShields tracks it down and Rollins will scamper back. Cuba really is the final frontier. Major League Baseball's global reach is greater than ever, but Cuba still remains that one country outside its reach. We're going to watch our special documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, tonight, 7:30 here on Fox Sports Southwest. One of the frontiers recently explored has been Brazil. I thought being with a large population and the great athletes that come out of Brazil and many other sports, maybe there'd be some good baseball talent down there. There are a couple of clubs been actively exploring Brazil in recent years. We all know that there's plenty in Cuba. It's just a matter of figuring out how to build that bridge. Strike pitch to Frazier. It was 1-1. You could argue the Texas Rangers are the best of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball at exploring and mining talent internationally. They've done a fantastic job of that in recent years. 2-1 to Frazier. When you were a general manager, Tom, how big a piece of the job was the international part of it?
It was a huge part. And the Rangers had never been much of a part of it until we hired Sandy Johnson, who became very active, particularly in Puerto Rico. Sandy signed Juan Gonzalez, Pudge Rodriguez, Wilson Alvarez, Sammy Sosa.
We're going again. 2-1 pitch outside, throw to second. Not in time. And Rollins with his first stolen base of the year.
And that became a huge part of talent acquisition back at that time. And the Rangers have been strong in Latin America and all over the world ever since. And if you want to be a competitive team at the big league level, you have to look at all different ways to acquire talent. And if you're not strong in those countries, you're going to get passed by organizations who are. But the Rangers going to test that play at second base.
Yeah. Jeff Bannister asking the crew to take another look using his challenge. It was an extended look out there by Larry Vanover, the crew chief. As you look right there, it certainly does appear.
You are out, son.
Yep. Just a brief moment when Rollins was completely off the base and the glove was on him. This should be a short review. It should end the inning. That's a good catch.
O'Brien has thrown exceptionally well in a short time with the Rangers. A strong throw there. Rollins still runs well for a guy up in years. Got a good jump too, so it was a tough play. He was going to be safe. It appeared to us that he overslid the bag, and he did.
And there you go. That ends the inning. So what a great opportunity to use the challenge. And Rollins is gunned down. The Rangers continue to shut down opposition's running game as we go to the 6th inning, still tied at 1. Slam inning brought to you by Sonic. Today's jackpot is worth $1,400 and dinner for two at Sonic Drive-In. A Ranger hits a home run during this inning. Cheryl Henson from Saginaw won $1,400. If a Ranger hits a grand slam during this inning, Cheryl will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. All right, well, either of those would work beautifully in this 6th inning as Holiday offers at the first pitch from Rodon and makes for an easy out in right field. Eaton is there, one away. To the top of the order we go. Last Ranger to reach base was Rougned Odor in the 3rd inning. Rangers run came on Ian Desmond's solo home run in the 2nd. It has been a quiet series offensively for the Rangers. Shields thought about it there for a moment. Delano 0 for 2 today. Shields in a big-time scuffle lately, 0 for his last 15. He's trying to find a way on. The 2-0 is low. He did walk to start the game yesterday, but then was caught stealing. And Rodon loses him on 4 straight pitches in the 6th inning.
Funny how that happens. Rodon had gone through 5 innings, hadn't walked the batter. Looking up to the guy in the lineup with the most, our lineup with the most speed, most dangerous base runner, and walking on 4 pitches. He's shaking his head, wondering the same thing.
Rangers have a base runner now for Nomar Mazara, 0 for 2.
He hit the same one he hit last time. We had a base hit. Last time Lowry was 20 feet out in right field.
Yeah, they have him in at a conventional second base position now, so with the base runner on there, that changes things for the White Sox. And you see the very traditional look. 1-1 to Mazara. Just 20 years old, youngest player in the big leagues. And yet his first 2 at bats tag, he saw 12 pitches. He's been patient. He's as good with 2 strikes as maybe any hitter right now in the big leagues. Seems to be mature beyond those 20 years. Rodon not real comfortable with the Shields over there at first. Delano has stolen 2. He's been caught 3 times though. And here's a strike to Mazara. It's 1-2. Great crowd on this Saturday afternoon. Fans in the upper deck, outfield bleachers, just underneath the scoreboard. Pretty much full. Mazara foul tips that one right into Avila's mitt, and a strikeout is the second out of the 6th inning. Take a look. It was a decent pitch. Steal Foxtrack.
It's the second time that Mazara has struck out on a tailing fastball in. That one was a little bit down. The one before was a little bit higher, but 2 good pitches. Started out on the inside corner and tailed in a little bit off the plate. 2 tough pitches. Got Nomar a couple of times, but Rodon in his brief major league career has struck out about a batter per inning, so he's a strikeout pitcher.
Got Beltre on strikes in the 4th inning. Adrian 0 for 2. Good lead for DeShields. And that one right in there. Beltre in a hole. The Rangers just haven't had many hits, period, but very few with runners on base. 1 for 13 with men on base in this series. Shields at first. And Beltre stays alive. A bit of an overstatement to say that DeShields would be in scoring position at first base, but he does have brilliant speed, and hit to the right part of the ballpark, he could score on the ball, let's say, hit to the gap. Beltre gets a piece of another one. Adrian's had the great start overall, but the man waiting on deck, Prince Fielder, is the one who is really produced with runners in scoring position. He has been locked in that regard. Beltre bloops one out into right, tough play, and it just slices foul.
That would have scored a run the way that ball kicked. He was charging, wasn't going to be able to get to it, and it didn't take a favorable hop. Foul by about a foot.
That thing had some English on it.
One of those balls that spun right off the end of the bat. Watch it hit. Takes a right turn.
The 0-2. This one hit harder, and a routine play for Eaton in right field. Rangers strand another to the top of the 6th. Home half coming up 1-1. On Friday, April 29th, following the Angels-Rangers game, fans using the online coupon code FIREWORKS can get upper reserve tickets for just $14. Go to TexasRangers.com to purchase your tickets today. We'll begin playing the bottom of the 6th inning. Todd Frazier leading it off for Chicago, 0 for 2. And Lewis wasting no time, coming right after him. Popped up, foul territory. Holiday wants it, but Beltre will take it. And that's a big out in the 6th inning.
Well, Frazier's a dangerous hitter. He's had 4 home runs this year, and he's been hot the last 4 games. Starting to swing the bat pretty well. Well, Kobe's had pretty good luck with him today. Struck him out, got him out a couple of other times. Get that leadoff hitter.
Yeah, get that leadoff guy. Keep him off base for Melky Cabrera, who has been a very tough out. Barnett warming up in the bullpen. It was odd. Cabrera feigning bunt for a moment there. Odd only because he was homered and singled sharply in his first 2 at-bats. Switch hitter with the left side. It's 2-1. Colby yanks that one inside a little bit. 3 balls and a strike. And Cabrera. 90 pitches. He's had to work for it today. Leaves that one up, and Cabrera blasts it out into right field. He's 3 for 3. And he's leading the American League in multi-hit games. His 10th. Pardon me, 9th this year. He's wearing that same face mask hood combo that he had on last night. He took it off last night and just wore it around his neck. I guess had 2 hits last night, so figured he'd wear it around the neck again today. Good luck. Tomorrow will be in the 70s here. Be interesting to see if he wears it again. Rory lofts it to center, and a late start for Delino to Shields. Cabrera not real sure what to do between first and second, but able to get in there ahead of the throw.
That's kind of a tough play for a base runner. Shallow ball like that. You have to go far enough to where if it falls in, you can get to second base, but you don't want to go too far, because if he catches it, it's an easy throw to first base to double you off. So kind of a balancing act for the runner. Hung up there, but not quite long enough for the liner to make the play.
I'm not sure if he just didn't get a good read on that one, or if Delino was played maybe a little too deep.
It's the same situation for Garcia that he faced in the 4th inning. 2 men on, 1 out.
And he pops one foul for strike 1. Now we're asking for the ground ball, potential double play. Instead, flied out to center. Ended up being a bases loaded jam ultimately in that 4th inning, but Lewis got out of it without any trouble. The White Sox run came on a Cabrera solo shot to start the 2nd. Rangers run came on Ian Desmond's solo home run at the top of the 2nd inning. And that's strike 2. White Sox have had more opportunities this afternoon, more base runners. Lewis has had to work himself out of some jams.
Garcia, the way he's swinging right now, he laid off that one because it was so far out of the strike zone, but hope he keeps it out there. Eventually he's going to swing it one.
It has been a struggle. Might be understating it for Garcia. Breaking ball buried.
Not quite tempting enough for him.
Garcia, the native of Venezuela. Last year had 13 home runs for the White Sox. Originally came up with the Detroit Tigers. Hitless in 2 tries today against Colby Lewis. Right-hander readies and is 2-2. Garcia stays alive. Last year really was Garcia's first full year in the big leagues. Appeared in 148 games. 2-2 from Lewis, and he got him swinging for the second out of the inning. Big spot for the strikeout, just the second today for Colby Lewis.
Eventually he's going to swing at it, and that was more of a curveball than a slider. He was fooled. He's going to deal it here now with 2 men out.
Correct myself, third strikeout today for Colby Lewis. You got Lowry in the second and Frazier in the first. Now Alex Avila, who has walked and reached on an infield hit. An infield hit by virtue of the shift the Rangers employed. And the same one they're using right now with Odor very deep at second. He hit it to traditional second base position, but nobody was home in the fourth inning. Cabrera second, Lowry first. Back-to-back one-out singles. After the Garcia strikeout. Lewis needs just the one more to get through 6. This one has all the feel of a bullpen game from the 7th inning on. 1-1 to Avila. There's activity in both bullpens. Loosening for Chicago. Pitches so far this afternoon for Lewis, and that one briefly got away from Holiday. No harm done, but it's 2-1 to Alex Avila. Eighth place hitter for the White Sox. That just missed. That's a big pitch right here for Colby Lewis. They lost him, so they're loaded up.
Well, 2 hits and a walk in the 4th inning, 2 hits and a walk in the 6th inning. Bases loaded, 2 men out. Austin Jackson the hitter.
Gets Doug Brocail out there. Rangers pitching coach. He's got to be the quickest to the mound of any pitching coach in the league. Full advantage of those 30 seconds. You see Martinez and Barnett loosening. Well, not the first time this afternoon that Lewis has been in a tough spot. Very same situation as the 4th when he got Austin Jackson to pop up. Jackson 13 career hits, most of any batter on this White Sox roster against Colby Lewis in his career. 13 of 31, 3 doubles and a homer. Lewis has had him both times today. This one hit back up the middle. Odor is there, shovels to Andrews, covering, and the inning is over. So Colby Lewis gets through 6 innings with just 1 run allowed. We go. Time for your Ford-game summary. Ian Desmond of the 2nd inning launches one to straightaway center field, 414 feet. That got the scoring started. Bottom of the inning, Melky Cabrera leading off against Colby Lewis, and gets it out over that right field wall. And that has been it for both teams today. And with the exception of Colby Lewis working out of 2 bases loaded jams today, 4th and of the 6th innings. It's a 1-1 game to the 7th. Prince Fielder will lead it off for the Rangers. Yonder Navarro has come on to catch.
Something must have happened
So we anticipate seeing Navarro tomorrow for the White Sox.
On base 3 times. They didn't feel hit, a couple of walks. He's a solid defensive guy with a good arm, so doubt that this is anything other than some kind of an injury replacement, unless we miss something.
Very possible.
Which is entirely possible.
Fielder with a little dribbler right back to the mound. Rodon takes care of him. 1 pitch, 1 out, 7th inning. Well, they've had some activity in the White Sox bullpen, but they stick with the left-hander to start this 7th inning. Whitman there to face Ian Desmond, the man who took him yard in the 2nd. And that exact Duke to the bullpen mix out there. The lefty loosening as well. Now Desmond and the man waiting on deck, Mitch Moreland, both swinging real good bats lately. And it's 2-0 to Ian Desmond. Holds off on a breaking ball just outside. 3-0.
We're worried about that 2-0 pitch. If it was a fastball, what the way Ian's swinging the bat right now, so he threw him an off-speed pitch, but he missed with it.
Getting a report on Alex Avila, who has left the game. Navarro in to catch Avila with a tight right hamstring. 3-1. And there's ball 4. So the potential go-ahead run aboard in the top of the 7th. Rodon's been pretty aggressive in the strike zone today. A stretch where he threw first pitch strikes to 8 consecutive Rangers. But that's his second walk allowed in the last 5 hitters. And to this stage of the ball game, those can become huge. Desmond with a good lead, and Rodon misses badly to Moreland. Mitch twice has grounded out today. There goes Desmond. There's a swing and a miss. Desmond into second with a stolen base, and will hold there.
Good jump by Ian. Showed his speed and quickness. There's a man in scoring position. First time today. Only had a couple of base. You don't count the home run as a base runner. Only had a couple of base runners, a single by Odor and a walk by Elina. Out of 1, 2, 3 innings.
Yeah, the first time that outside of that home run that a Ranger has landed at second base. Same thing last night. They didn't get a runner to second base until the 7th inning, and then that inning was ended with a crazy triple play. A base hit to the outfield should plate the go-ahead run. And we're back to where this game started. The Rangers came in thinking, well, be patient. If Rodon doesn't walk you, perhaps he'll fall behind and put himself in a position where he has to give you something a little too good to hit. And I think Rangers are probably back in that mindset again. Only got a pitch to hit right there, but just missed it. Desmond with a healthy lead at second, and Rodon comfortable with it. Bit of a shift on. Laurie, the second baseman, out in right field against Moreland. Rodon very deliberate. Now the 2-2. Well, Rodon has not had to deal with a whole lot of base runners today, and certainly in a unique spot, seeing a runner just over his left shoulder. Approaching 100 pitches for the day, and he gets Moreland swinging 2 away. Well, that may be it. Rodon gets the left-hander Moreland, right-hander Elvis Andrus due up. And Robin Ventura is going to head to that bullpen. New pitcher coming on for the White Sox. We'll tell you about him in just a moment. Angeles Angels on Saturday, April 30th. It's also Captain and Friends Mascot Weekend. The first 7,500 kids 13 and under get a Rangers Captain t-shirt jersey presented by Fanatics. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Jake Petrichka is on for the White Sox, and he has been a stingy one, like many out of that White Sox bullpen. His 7th appearance and pretty tidy numbers all the way around. That's bullpen ERA in the American League, and they were locked down again last night. Matt Alberts, Zach Putnam, and today Petrichka, the first out of the pen for Robin Ventura, and a throw back to second as they keep a very close eye on Ian Desmond. Dave Raymond and Tom Grieve with you this Saturday afternoon from Chicago. Steve Busby just getting a couple of days off. He'll be back Monday for the Yankees series. The first pitch off the plate to Elvis Andrus. Twice he's rolled out to short. And it is 2-0. Now, high above the playing surface here at U.S. Cellular. Middle game of this 3-game series. Day baseball in Chicago, imagine that. .3-0, so Petrichka struggling with command.
Petrichka's been tough to hit. He's only given up 1 run this year, but he has walked a few guys.
And the automatic strike makes it 3-1. Rangers still looking for that first hit today with a runner on base. 3-1. And that one out toward the power alley in right field, slicing away from Jackson, and it drops in. Desmond scores, and Elvis Andrus quick out of the box heading for third, and he's in there. RBI triple Elvis Andrus, and the Rangers lead it 2-1.
Well, Elvis put a charge in that ball. It was slicing away from Austin Jackson. Hit very well by Elvis. Elvis saw a lot of fastballs in that count. He fell behind 3-0, threw a fastball for a strike, so he had a pretty good idea to time that fastball. Got one out over the plate. Take a look at it. And he drives that well right down the middle. He drove it into right center field. With a little bit of slicing action, it looked like Jackson might have a chance, but it kept going away from him toward right field. Well hit ball by Elvis, put the Rangers ahead.
A well hit ball, and a great job getting out of the box. Runs up that extra base.
Elvis continues to hit well with men in scoring position. Came into the game .500 in those situations.
Nicely done. He's given the Rangers the lead. New pitcher coming on. Zach Duke, the new pitcher for the White Sox. Lefty on lefty as he faces Odor. Longtime Pirates starter, now reliever. And relieving seems to suit him well. Rangers have taken the lead with the triple by Elvis Andrus. We're not done yet in this 7th inning. He's only 90 feet away for Odor. And it's 1-2. Rougned, the 4th highest average in the American League with that 467. Runners in scoring position, and he hammers that, but foul.
Yeah, back-to-back. Elvis came into the game at 500. Rougned 467 with men in scoring position. Elvis knocked in his 10th run. Ruby already has 13 in the top 10 in RBIs.
Third pitcher of the inning for the White Sox. And Odor bounces one to Abreu at first, and it ends the inning. But the Rangers get that go-ahead run on the Andrus triple. They'll stand and stretch in Chicago. Rangers lead. High-speed replay. These are all Austin Jackson at bats. Second inning after a walk. Flies out to center to end the inning. Bases loaded, 2 out. Pops it up. Lewis out of a bases loaded jam in the 4th. Same thing in the 6th. This time Odor to Andrus, and another bases loaded situation escape. But Colby Lewis giving way to Tony Barnett as we continue playing the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, which means Adam Eaton, the leadoff hitter, will get to lead off for the 4th time in this game. 9th hitter's made the last out 3 times.
Barnett's first offering a little tight. Colby 6 innings, a run on 6 hits. Worked around 4 walks, struck out 3, and threw a season-high 105 pitches. But what a great outing again from the veteran right-hander Colby Lewis. It's 1-1 on Adam Eaton.
This is a spot Keone Kela normally would be pitching in. Keone's on the disabled list, just had surgery to remove the bone chip from his right elbow, the 7th inning. It's moved Tony into this spot.
2-1. Keller, they're saying the rehab or the time missed will be roughly 12 weeks. Estimated anyway. 2-1.
Well, hopefully the Rangers will be right where they want to be 3 months from now, and getting Keona back for the last month or two of the season would be a huge addition to the bullpen. So we're waiting for Keona to come back strong. Unfortunate that he had to go on the disabled list to have that surgery, but he had a little bit of a problem with his elbow at the end of the season last year. Hopefully this will eliminate the problem. He'll be back strong to help the Rangers down the stretch.
Full count now on Adam Eaton. So the Rangers have just taken the 1-run lead. And it's Barnett's job to make sure that he delivers that shutdown inning in response. The 3-2 pitch. Red Sox working on a record number of foul balls today.
There have been a lot of them.
Claudio warming up in right field. Why not? Another souvenir. Well, I couldn't tell if that was a caring embrace or a fight over the foul ball.
Sore hand. Arm. Try your hand next time instead of your elbow.
Bouncer shortstop. And Elvis is there, one away.
Good job by Tony. Had to throw a few strikes with a 3-2 pitch after a couple of foul balls. Came back. High inside fastball. Got the weak ground ball to shortstop. Get the leadoff hitter in the 7th inning. So he's looking for that shutdown inning. It's a good start to it right there. One of the best hitters for the White Sox. Keep that speed off the base.
Now switch hitting Jimmy Rollins. Rollins has been a slow start for him, but he's looked pretty good today. A walk, a base hit, and momentarily had a stolen base second. It was reviewed, and he was ruled out. He just briefly left the bag while the attack was on him. And it's 1-1. Great challenge in that 5th inning by Jeff Bannister and the Rangers.
These little subliminal messages at the bottom about bacon cheeseburgers and things like that.
Yeah.
Starting to get me. Didn't have a lot for lunch today.
1-2 on Rollins. That's because he didn't go to the barge room.
I was afraid of the guy serving the food. Listen to you guys talk about him.
He's not
the kind of guy you ask for seconds. I know that.
2-2 now to Rollins. Now first of all, you better know what you want when you get up there. You don't want a whole lot of deliberation. And you get one shot. You're right. You don't go back asking for seconds.
What a contrast to Miss Wanda back in Texas. You can get anything you want there and as much of it as you want.
2-2. Tight.
Another 3-2 count. Another speedy runner that you'd like to keep off the bases for the middle of the lineup, which Tony will be trying to do with this next pitch. Tony, a very successful career in Japan as a closer. Rangers signed him in the offseason. Expect him to be an important part of the bullpen.
Rollins lines this one to right, and right there for it, Mazzara. 2 gone. Let's head back to the studios again for a Chevy game break here in Hardigan. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. 2 out here in the 7th inning. Rangers leading by a run. And Abreu fouls off strike 1. Well, it happened today. Tag, Oakland lost on the road. You said it. It could happen, and indeed it did. They lost at Toronto 9-3 the final score. First road loss of the year for the swinging Oakland A's.
And they had won 6 straight games. Turner trying to have a 1-2-3 inning. Looking more and more comfortable on the mound. You get to know the guys in spring training, but I think when you're new to a team, it still takes you a while to get acclimated once the season starts. Seems to be doing that right now. Dangerous hitter at the plate, though, in Jose Abreu.
2-strike offering. And he got him to chase.
He saw the catcher put his glove up there, and Tony hit the glove and got the strikeout.
And a perfect 1-2-3 shutdown inning for Barnett. We go to the 8th. Schedule wrap up this series tomorrow afternoon here at US Cellular, and then it's back home. Buzz will be back. 3 against the Yankees, and the Angels in town for the weekend series, and oh boy, back to the road. Going international, Toronto, Detroit. See a little more White Sox in a short time span. Some Rangers fans making the trip this weekend. Enjoying some crisp spring weather. Ryan Holiday pops one up on the first pitch of the 8th inning. And an easy out to start things for Zach Duke. Carlos Rodon with 6 2/3, gave up a couple of runs on just 2 hits. Walked 2, struck out 7. Jake Petrichka came in to face one hitter, Elvis Andrus, who drove the go-ahead run to the plate with his RBI triple. And Zach Duke.
It was the walk to Ian Desmond that turned out to result in the run. Walk, stolen base.
Shields walked his last time in the 6th inning. Takes a strike, 1-1. Duke with that. Oh, would you call that a submarine delivery? He gets down there a little bit, doesn't he?
Sidearmish delivery. Yeah.
just outside 2-2. Definitely wouldn't call that submarine. Sidearm.
Not quite submarine. It looks like it's going to be when he goes toward first base, but keeps his arm up, more of a sidearm angle.
Buries that one. It's a full count on DeShields. Did you face many, I think a Quisenberry, right? You probably
faced Ted Abernathy.
Yeah.
Used to be a submarine guy. Don't remember facing a left-handed submarine guy, though.
Little slow roller third.
Nope.
And no play. And DeShields with an infield hit. Rangers have another base runner in the 8th inning.
Frazier knew once that ball hit the ground right there. No use wasting the throw. He's got a walk with 1 out in the 7th. Now an infield hit with 1 out in the 8th, trying to add some insurance to that 1-run lead. Not a lot of hits in this ball game. White Sox have had a lot more base runners, though. Haven't been able to get the big hit.
And check in on Delano. Big time speed over there at first base. Mazara hitless so far this afternoon. The Rangers a chance to pick up a big insurance run perhaps this inning. Is Abernathy tough on you?
I don't really even remember. I just remember facing him. I don't remember what I did against him.
Did it make you uncomfortable at all, sidearm pitchers? Or?
Only from the standpoint you don't see a lot of them, and it's an unusual angle. Kent Tekulve is another guy that I batted against. He was like that. I think if you saw him all the time, it wouldn't present much of a problem, but it's so unorthodox, and you see it so infrequently that it does throw you off a little bit when you see it.
Tekulve's a good one. A long, lean.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a lot of arms and legs coming at you.
He was tough to pick up.
Now, was Abernathy very big?
Yeah, he was tall too.
Okay.
He was tall too. I don't think he was quite as herky-jerky as Tekulve. I think Tekulve, he had a great career with the Pirates.
Strike to Mazar makes it 2-1. What about Gene Garber? Did you get any Gene Garber action?
Yeah. Gene Garber used to do the Louis Tiant thing late in his career as a reliever, where he would turn his back and look right at second base and hide the ball from you. And he was very deceptive and had several good years with Kansas City. But you know, if you're a traditional pitcher and you're a college pitcher who's struggling a little bit like Darren O'Day was, or a minor leaguer, and you're struggling and it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to get to the next level, it's worth giving it a try. Darren O'Day had a hard time making his college team until he went to the sidearm submarine delivery, and I was making a ton of money as one of the best relievers in the American League.
Pop up for Mazara, handled by the shortstop Rollins, and there are 2 out.
Reichert suggested Brad Ziegler has had an excellent career as a submariner. Oakland had a guy a couple of years ago. His name is escaping me right now. He used to come from such a low angle that he would scrape the dirt sometimes.
Yes.
That guy's name. I'll think of it in a couple of days. I was going to say I'll think of it in a minute, but it won't be a minute. It'll be longer than that. I'll think of it as soon as someone reminds me of who it was down the road.
Yeah, that's a.
I can see him, and I can see him sometimes scraping his hand on the ground. And he was pretty good for 2 or 3 years too.
Beltre takes ball 1. Adrian Pollard so far today in 3 attempts. Chad Bradford, is that
Chad Bradford, there you go. You know, one of the perils as you get older is you can see him, but you can't remember the name. Very annoying. Chad Bradford, thank you for that. See, it was just a couple minutes.
Yeah, his story was well told in the book Moneyball.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
2 out. DeShields at first, with the Rangers leading by a run against side-arming Zach Duke, who has gotten us a little sidetracked in this 8th inning. Duke, the 3rd pitcher of the day for the White Sox. Beltre lines one up into the seats. Look out down there.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't either. In fact, I
saw
thought
the fans react.
I thought he hit it into the ground, in fact. Sometimes with the way he finishes his swings, you have a hard time knowing where the heck the ball is. Boy, look at those numbers. Are you kidding me? 344, regardless of situation. Bloop into center. Tough play. Drops in. Base hit. Good start for DeShields. He'll get to 3rd. Ball dropped out there momentarily. Spike Owen picked that up quickly, but couldn't get DeShields' attention. I don't know that he really would have wanted to send him anyway.
Beltre, there's no one at first base, so he goes about 2/3 of the way down and then jumped up and did a 360. Gotta look behind him, see if anyone was there. See if we can watch Adrian at first base on this ball. Well, that's when he gets to first base. You see Delino going around 3rd. That was close once he didn't pick the ball up. Watch Adrian. The first baseman goes in to be a cutoff man, so there's no one at first. Adrian's going to act like he's going. Looking, going. Watch it. Not done yet. 360. In case anybody's trying to sneak up behind him. That's another thing. Adrian's like a basketball player who moves without the ball. There's things going on when the ball's in play and he's not involved that he still entertains.
Yeah, there are not many that are more fun to watch than Adrian Beltre. Oftentimes, not when he's necessarily involved in a play. I mean, he is always having fun. On the corners, 2 out now for Fielder.
Well, RBI opportunity for Prince. Prince came into the game with 14 of them. Top 5 in the league in RBIs. They can add one right here. Rangers would love to have another insurance run.
One and one.
He's loose now.
He has not misfired on many opportunities to drive in a run. And you see he has had a lot of opportunity to see Zach Duke, 2 of them in the National League, many years together.
Taking him deep 4 times.
He used to terrorize teams in that National League Central with the Brewers. And of course, Duke, many years in that same division with the Pirates. He was a starter then, however. Evens the count, 2-2. That was
close.
Borderline at best.
Nice note on their scoreboard. Prince's dad, Cecil, hit the first home run in this ballpark. 1991. This is the 25th anniversary of this ballpark.
Prince down swinging. And the Rangers leave 2 out there. Out of the 8th inning coming. weather day on Wednesday, May 11th, before a 105 start against the Chicago White Sox. Come out early and enjoy a fun and educational program from the CBS 11 weather team. Then kick back and enjoy a weekday matinee game. Visit TexasRangers.com for tickets. There's been plenty of wild weather days back in Texas last week. Hopefully that'll be a not more pleasant weather day. And Sam Dyson has come on to pitch the 8th inning.
It's been fun watching Sam this year add some new touches to his repertoire. Not new, but just improved and used more often, namely his slider. Last year he'd come in and throw that pitch, 97-mile-an-hour sinkers in on the fist to right-hand hitters. Still doing that. Throwing a few more sliders this year, and it looks like a new, improved version of it.
It's a lot of ground balls. And that ball hit down the third baseline, foul up into the seats.
It's hitting the air, but off the fist.
Comes in a pretty high leverage spot here in the 8th inning. 1-run game facing the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Todd Frazier, Melky Cabrera, Brett Lawrie.
Yeah, between Cabrera and Lawrie, they've been on 5 out of 6 times. 3 singles, a home run, and a walk. And Frazier's been hot coming into this game.
Two and one. Frazier struck out his first time up, flat out to center, popped up to third. Always a threat. Leads the White Sox with 4 home runs. Dyson just misses the bottom of the zone, and it's 3-1.
Tony Barnett last inning had some 3-ball counts. Came back, had a nice 1, 2, 3 inning. Sam be trying to do the same thing right here now.
On righty, the 3-1, and that ball is hit high and deep left field, and it is gone.
I mentioned that Frazier been swinging the bat well. He had 2 home runs in his last 4 games coming into this game. And when you got a power hitter, you get behind in the count, 3-1, come in with a fastball. He becomes a better hitter. Was the case. Got behind in the count, tried to hit the lower part of the strike zone and missed. Got behind, came in with a strike, and then Frazier put a charge in it.
Not much doubt. New ball game. 5th home run of the year for Frazier. 4 of them have come here at home. Melky Cabrera has homered earlier in today's game. 3 for 3 so far. We have the count 1-0. A good heater. 95 on the gun, and it's 1-1. Two solo home runs for the White Sox today. Strike 2 on Cabrera. Rangers got a solo homer out of Ian Desmond. That was in the 2nd inning. And then RBI triple from Elvis Andrus in the 7th. 1-2. Dyson to the plate and just misses. It's a full count. Cabrera with 5 hits in this series and now draws a walk. Potential go-ahead run on base for the White Sox. Ryan Holiday out there along the middle infield to have them all with Dyson. Tony Barnett came in and got the 3 batters that he faced in the 7th inning. Now Dyson has given up the home run and the walk. 5 hitters faced. Now the Rangers bullpen so far today. 4 of the 5 hitters have gone to 3-ball counts. There's Rory. Fouls one back for strike 1. Yourself into a 3-ball count as a pitcher. It limits to some degree what you can do. Nice and forced him throwing good pitch, and there's a bunt attempt right out in front of the plate, and it'll go foul.
It's one where the catcher knows when that ball comes down and hits, it's going to spin toward foul territory. That's what happened. Bounced straight up in the air, came down near the line, and spun away from the line.
If it would have been a little easier play, he could have grabbed it and gone for the out at first. But I think with all the English on the ball, he probably figured if I try to grab that thing, it could create a bigger mess than need be.
And if he caught it and got the out, he would have had a man at second. So I think he's going to take a shot here that he can get Lowry out and keep Cabrera first base, or maybe get a double play and erase him from first base.
Dyson's ability to get those ground balls, good thinking, but a pop up out of the shallow right field. Odor able to track it down, and Cabrera has to hold first base. Now here's a guy who has been at the plate today, it seems like, with runners all over the place. Just last 2 times up, he has come up with 2 men on, and he has flied out to center and struck out on those 2 at-bats. It's been a maddening first handful of weeks for Garcia. That one almost got him. White Sox began the year 11-6, and I don't want to say they've been a surprise team, but it has been a very nice run for them to start the year. They have done it without much offense at all. It has been all pitching, and we're witnessing more of that today. Very little offense, but they have held the Rangers to 2 runs. Lead for Cabrera. Another one so tight. In fact, this one does get Garcia on the hands.
And not the command we're used to from Sam. A little bit off today.
And here comes Doug Brocail on the jog. So Cabrera now in scoring position at second base. Get him on the elbow.
Yeah, trying to make the pitch in on the fist, just got it in too far.
Short visit. Alex Avila started the game at catcher, reached all 3 times he came up, but after he walked in the 6th inning and was left there, another bases loaded situation, he left the game. Gianna Navarro came on to catch for him. Navarro batting for the first time today. You can see his better work has come with a chest protector on.
He hasn't walked yet this year. He's 2 for 29. The average is the same as his on-base percentage. Same as his slugging percentage. 2 singles.
And he takes ball 1. A walk and a hit batter. Going to set things up here for Navarro. Now, big spot for the White Sox right here. But because Avila is already out of the game, they have to stick with Navarro. Even the other way around. I mean, had Navarro been in the game the whole time and you're thinking to yourself, well, this is a spot where I want to use somebody off the bench, great. You would have Avila available off the bench, but not today. Navarro coming in for him, and you got to leave him in there. The 1-1 from Dyson. It's a little low. Cabrera second, Garcia at first for the Sox. Here it comes. And that ball ripped into center field, base hit. The Shields was deep. They'll wave Cabrera, no throw. For the first time today, the White Sox lead. It's 3-2.
Just an outing that we have not been accustomed to seeing when Sam Dyson is on the mound. Pretty much automatic for the Rangers since he's been here. But today has not been his day. Ball had a little tailing action on it, but it's up in the strike zone, right in the center of the plate. Navarro's 3 for 30 now.
Still a ways away from getting out of this inning. On the corners for Austin Jackson. He shows bunt. Drops it toward first. Moreland up with it to the plate. Got him.
Nice play by Mitch. Great play. Charged the ball. Flipped it accurately. And a nice tag at home plate by Brian Holiday.
That's a huge play.
We're going to look at it. It's charging all the way. Gets it out of his glove. Flips it. No, they're not going to look at it. He's out.
Garcia never got to the plate.
He might have got. He got there. He just didn't touch the plate. He was on the other side of the plate. Beautiful play. That was hard enough to Mitch to where he had time to make that play.
Heaton fouls one off himself. And he just slid all the way around the plate. That's a helpless feeling. Now Dyson needs one more out. Give his team a shot and a bouncer up the middle again. Late start at second for Navarro. Does not have good speed. Here's the throw, and he is out by a mile.
Well, 2 guys at the plate. Keeps it a 1-run game.
Defense saving Dyson and the Rangers and keeps them within a run. Ian Desmond, Mitch Moreland, Elvis Andrus coming up in the 9th. AT&T high-speed internet tomorrow. 1 o'clock game. Derek Holland and Matt Latos. Look at Latos' numbers. 3-0. 0.49 earned run average. He has been one of the real surprise, just incredible stories in the month of April in the American League. The Rangers get their cracks at him tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, right here on Fox Sports Southwest. First, we'll have to contend with David Robertson, though, in this 9th inning, trailing by a run.
Well, Robertson has been pretty much untouchable. He's appeared in 6 games. He's had 6 saves. He's pitched 6 1/3. Has not given up a run. Only given up a couple of hits. Rangers did a good job last inning to keep it a 1-run game. Had a runner thrown out the plate on a squeeze play, maybe close to either a bad jump on a squeeze play or a safety squeeze, and then Delano threw Navarro on a hard base hit to center field. So it's a 1-run game. Rangers try to squeeze across a run here.
Well, they have Ian Desmond leading it off. Desmond has scored both of their runs today and has had the best swings since they have arrived in Chicago. Home run in the 2nd inning, walked and scored in the 7th, and you see the numbers on this White Sox bullpen. Ridiculous. 1-1 to Desmond.
Robertson throws a cut fastball. He was a reliever in the bullpen when Mariano Rivera was with the Yankees, and you have to think that his blossoming into a frontline closer featuring that cut fastball might have had a pretty good tutor in Mariano Rivera. Doesn't throw it quite as hard as Rivera did in his prime. Rivera was in the mid-90s. Robertson can reach the mid-90s. Not quite as frequently, though.
He was one of their big acquisitions 2 off-seasons ago. And he finds the corner. It's 2-2. Desmond didn't like it, and he's letting Guccione know about it. Back in the 2nd inning. Ian Desmond, Carlos Rodon. No doubt. Two homers in his last 3 games. Now time called by Dioner Navarro. Comes straight up, but deep on the infield, the 2-2. It's outside. 2 off seasons ago, Robertson was a free agent, signed away from the Yankees by the White Sox. They also went out and they got Melky Cabrera. Signed Adam LaRoche as well. And Zach Duke, they paid $128 million for those guys in that offseason. Rick Hahn felt like he had Rodon coming, and they were just a few pieces away. It was a very disappointing year last year, 10 games under 500. Payoff pitch, and that's ball 4. The potential tying run is on for the Rangers.
An off-speed pitch for ball 4.
Ready for Mitch Moreland. First, we check in with Aaron Hardigan back in the studios for a preview of Rangers Live postgame. All right, thanks, Aaron. Runner aboard. Moreland takes one just off the plate. So certainly Robertson missing on some very close pitches. The Desmond has had the best swings since the team has arrived in Chicago. The second best have been for Mitch Moreland. 1-1. Hitless today.
Pitcher.
Well, as I say, had a couple of really good cuts yesterday.
Well, that last pitch was farther outside than the one before it. Maybe that was a makeup call. One before it could have been a strike. Second one wasn't a strike. 1 for 2.
Not much of a lead for Desmond. That one a bit low. 2-1 to Moreland. You know, it's interesting. The shadows from the first base side have stretched out over the first baseline. And one of the light standards has cast its shadow over that area between the mound and home plate. It's got to be a tough time for these hitters.
That could be distracting for sure. Concentrate.
2-1. Now it seems to be a bigger issue for Robertson. He walked Desmond and now is 3-1 on Moreland. Moreland pounds it in the dirt, foul, full count. Fans here, 20,182 is the announced paid attendance. And baseball fans in Chicago, pretty knowledgeable group. They recognize the importance of the big 3-2 pitch forthcoming to Moreland. Desmond going. Pitch is called strike 3, and the throw goes through to center field. Desmond will get all the way to third, and the potential tying run is 90 feet away.
It's a nice turnaround. Robertson came back and got the strikeout. And the Rangers have a man on third base and 1 out. Second stolen base for Ian. Flashing his speed in this game.
A big stolen base as well. Also a big error. That throw from Navarro. Gives Desmond third base. Remember, it was Desmond at second base in the 7th inning when Andrus came up. Andrus has been so clutch. And he delivered the RBI triple that gave the Rangers the lead.
Yeah, based on what's happened the first 3 weeks of the season, Elvis is probably one of the guys you want up there right now. He definitely is, maybe the guy. He's hitting 500 coming into the game. He's already had a base hit with a man in scoring position. You need some contact. Base hit would be great. Fly ball would be great. Whatever it takes to get this run in, and Elvis has been doing it all year long.
First pitch to him, and a high fly ball center field, should be deep enough. No, here comes Austin Jackson, makes the catch. Desmond heading to the plate, and he's there easily. This one tied at 3.
Well, he is the guy you want up in that situation. Make some solid contact. Ian worked a walk, showed his speed to see second, took third on the error. 1 pitch, sacrifice fly, and the Rangers have put a blown save on David Robertson, who had been perfect early in the year. Elvis got just enough of this ball. It was a cut fastball that he's trying to throw on the inside part of the plate. He accomplished that, but Elvis hit it just far enough in center field. Austin Jackson couldn't quite get it out of his glove. Wouldn't have mattered either way.
Jackson deep to me a little bit because he went a little deeper than he needed to catch the ball, but it was obviously to try and get himself a little momentum toward the plate, and that would not be enough. So the run scores on the sac fly by Andrus. Now with 2 gone, Odor 1 for 3 today. A chance to keep this inning going. 2-1. You see the numbers for this White Sox bullpen when we came into the series. We knew they would be tough. The whole pitching staff, not just the bullpen. 2-1. That'll square to 2-2. Some baseball people who would tell you, oh, that's not such a bad thing. Statistically, you'd have to feel as if they're due to trip up, stub their toe a little bit. 2-2, and Odor flares it into left field, a base hit.
You look back at the last inning, the White Sox had their third run in. They tried the squeeze play. Mitch made the play at the plate, got a base hit with a man on second, and Delino gunned down Navarro at the plate, so they cut down 2 runs at the plate last inning to keep it a 3-2 game. Anything more than that makes it extremely hard to come back against a top closer. But 1 run, you've always got a chance, and the Rangers have scratched across 1 so far.
Odor leaning at first, but not going on the pitch. A strike to Brian Holiday. Great ball game this afternoon. These two teams kept it close. Back and forth we go. Just the second blown save for this White Sox bullpen this year. Robertson with a long look in. There's 1 strike pitch. And got Holiday to chase. Bottom of the 9th, by the way, we'll see the White Sox in their 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Rollins, Abreu, and then Todd Frazier, the man who homered in the 8th. Runner going. The pitch very high, and they'll let Odor take it.
Odor got a good jump. Puts himself in scoring position, dump one in, and take the lead.
3rd stolen base this year. Rougned. Now Holiday, if he can just flip it out into that outfield somewhere. A huge run home. The 1-2. Chases one. Navarro will finish the strikeout, and it ends the inning. But the Rangers come back and get the tying run off David Robertson to force a bottom of the 9th inning in Chicago. Fares, nothing to hide. Buy AT&T high-speed internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And buy your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today for incredible deals and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Bottom of the 9th inning with U.S. Cellular here in Chicago. Rangers get a run in the 9th inning to tie this game, and It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the White Sox against Tom Wilhelmsen. Wilhelmsen just missed. We'll call it blow with ball 1.
Tom pitched in last night's game, had a couple of walks.
Ball lifted into center field. The Shields was deep and can't get to it. Rollins is on to start the bottom of the 9th.
Rollins looks good in this game. A couple hits and a walk. Moving well, stealing bases well. Running the bases, I mean. Extremely hard hit ball, but found a hole with it.
I have to keep an eye on Rollins. He had a great jump in the 5th inning when he appeared to have stolen second base. He was challenged by Jeff Bannister and he was ultimately called out. Abreu takes ball 1 from Wilhelmsen. Big right-hander could use a ground ball right here. Abreu 0 for 4. Struck out his last time in. This one high in the air, but foul and out of play on the first base side. Abreu hitless in 6 at-bats in this series. The shadows starting to stretch out over the mound, and that will make things a little bit easier for these hitters. Thompson checks in on Rollins. Long pause, and there goes Rollins, a swing and a miss, throw down to second, and O'Day knocks it down, but nobody to help him as Rollins gets to third base. And wait a minute, we're going to have batter interference. Abreu got in the way of Holiday.
That's a break. They hit the catcher with the bat in the foul for Rollins had a huge jump. Tom was slow to the plate. Rollins had that base stolen easily. Rougned did what Rollins didn't do. He tried to block that ball. Rollins tried to catch it, run into center field, allowed the runner to go to third. Let's see what happens here. Came back and hit the body with that. We saw the Rangers do that the other night. No doubt about that call. Brian's reminding the umpire what happened. The umpire said, "I already know, son." Tom's going to have to be a little more vigilant of Rollins at first base, or he's going to do it again. He's very slow to the plate on that last delivery.
Blocked by Holiday. Rollins staying put at first.
Getting back to Rougned. Rougned gave his body up. He wasn't able to accomplish it, but he got down, knew that throw was going to bounce, knew there was no play, tried to block the ball with his body. Blocked it a little bit, but it still got away from him. Rollins didn't give that effort. Man ended up on third and scored the tying run.
Two to Abreu. And he got a piece of it. Well, among active players, Jimmy Rollins is 4th all-time. He's stolen bases, 4th in career stolen bases.
He got a pretty big lead.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him going here. Here's Wilhelmsen, and he had him leaning.
Good throw, he had him. He threw that ball on the bag, he was out. Flinched towards second. Throw is high and away. Quick reflexes to recover and get back.
Wisely, Wilhelmsen gives him another look. I didn't do all day. If I'm Wilhelmsen, I'd probably throw over a couple more times. Rollins, 37 years old, but he still appears to have the legs of a 27-year-old. I mean, he is very quick over at first base. Have a good lead. Not going. Another foul ball by Abreu. Abreu, a power threat. He's had trouble making contact. He's good contact in this series. That time Rollins back easily. Middle infield, positioned ideally for a double play grounder. Pushed in a little bit. Toward the plate a step or two. Rollins again. Quite as big a lead. And not going again. A check swing. Did he go? No, on the appeal. David Rackley, our first base umpire. He held up. Well, that was to the naked eye. That's about as close as you can get. Quite a battle here. 8th pitch of the at-bat to Abreu. And a bouncer up the middle. Andrus to second one, Odor to first, double play.
That ball did not stay in Rugi's glove very long. Abreu struggling, the Rangers are taking advantage of it. Soft ground ball, the only question would they have time, and Rugi got rid of that thing quickly. He's looking at his hand. That ball that he blocked might have hit him in the hand.
Oh, he barehanded it on the toss from Andrus.
Yeah, that wasn't what hurt him. I think the ball that hurt him was the steal attempt that Rollins had to go back to first base on.
Ball 1 to Todd Frazier. 25 double plays. The defense for the Rangers today has been excellent. They made some very big plays. 1-1.
Watch Rugi try to block that ball. That's where the ball hit his hand. He knows that he's got to block that ball or it's going into center field. It bounced way in front of him, so he put his hand up, his glove up, got his body in the way, and did whatever he could. That's giving it up right there to try to block a ball. Rollins had the same opportunity and never came close to the ball. He just waved at it with his glove and went into center field. That's the ball that Desmond stole second, ended up on third, and then scored on the sacrifice fly.
2-1 to Frazier. Right at the belt for his strike. Frazier might have missed an opportunity on that pitch. Continue to move Odor around on the infield during this at bat. He was over on the left side of second base. Now has moved over just to the right of it. The 2-2 lifted high in the air, back to right field, and caught at the fence. Lazar takes it back. And we'll have extra innings. That man will be due up second in the top of the 10th. What a play.
6'4".
Free baseball in Chicago.
It stayed in his glove.
This afternoon here in Chicago, a 3-3 game as we go to the 10th inning. Top of the order coming up for the Rangers. And Nate Jones, the new pitcher for Chicago.
Yeah, this kid's got a great arm. Kind of an unusual delivery to the plate. He takes his hand out of his glove much sooner than most pitchers. Brings it straight back. Off to a good start this year. See Nomar go back. He has to reach backwards to catch that ball behind his head. A little bit like the play Cabrera made yesterday, although Cabrera's wasn't that close to the wall. That one was going to hit the yellow or go right over it. Couldn't tell exactly.
They're up the middle. Rollins right there, one away. There was the catch. And then there was the recovery right here. That thing tried to get out.
Put the heel of his glove, rolled to the tip, and he's pumped up. Omar's done a nice job offensively. He's made some nice plays defensively. He had the two diving plays, one running play, diving play in Seattle, and that one topped both of those. Probably saved a home run.
Now he bats with the bases empty in the 10th, 0 for 4. And a couple of strikeouts today. Jones, the big right-hander, and rushes one past him at 96 miles per hour.
He's got excellent velocity, and he's got a lot of movement on his pitch as well.
Lazar, the youngest player in Major League Baseball. 2-1.
Gets back, gets up. Took a home run or a double, depending where it would have gone. And he's pumped up, and I don't blame him. Nice play.
Fights that one off. 2-2. Well, you take that play, you take the 2 outs at the plate in the bottom of the 8th inning. My goodness. Rangers defense has saved this game, at least to this point. 2-2. It's a full count to Mazara. This one flared into left. A base hit for Mazara. And the potential go-ahead run aboard.
Saw the fastball a number of times. Knows he has to throw a strike. It's a good pitch to hit. Lines it for a base hit.
It's the 7th Rangers base runner in the last 3 1/3 innings now. Whereas yesterday, base runners are a very rare commodity, and early this afternoon, almost impossible to get anybody on base. And now the heart of the order, Adrian Beltre, 1 for 4. Play him very deep in center and in left field. Cabrera is almost in the bullpen out there and left. Not a big threat to run. Pitch to Beltre. Bounces toward third, but wide of the bag. We're talking about some of the other defensive plays that kept this game close. 8th inning. Attempted squeeze, and Moreland with the excellent play from first. And then with 2 outs, this ball hit up the middle, and DeShields with the great throw to home. Catcher Navarro running, and he was a dead duck. Beltre pops this one up. Short right field. A tough plays. That one does head foul.
He was sliding to get out of the way in case Eaton came running right by him. He knew he couldn't get to it. In case Eaton got close to the ball to try to make the catch, I think he slid to avoid possible contact. Not a bad move.
We were talking about one of those guys earlier. I think you were talking about Laurie as being a real high energy guy, and the same can be said for Eaton. Those two are like,
they're both going after it. You hit head on going that fast, both of them, you have a major collision.
The 1-2. Tapper.
He picked it up, tossed to the pitcher. Pitcher said, I don't want it. Threw it out of play.
Prince Fielder waits on deck. And there is some activity on that White Sox bullpen. Dan Jennings loosening up out there. 2-2 to Beltre. Nomar Mazara. A home run away from Frazier to end the 9th. Now at first with a hit. And Beltre strikes out for the 2nd out of the inning.
Slider instead of that 96 mile an hour sinker.
Fielder hitless so far today. Jones finds the corner, strike one. Hitless, I think he's hitless so far today.
I know what you mean. Outfield playing deep, especially in center field and left field. They don't want to give up a double. Go-ahead runs at first base. But let a single drop in. Not worried about that. I just don't want that extra base hit. Sometimes you can get an extra base hit with the outfielders that far, or at least a hit that will allow a guy to score from first if it's between the outfielders, even if they can cut it off.
We'll check in with Mazara, even though he scarcely had a lead. Fielder's done a great job of just taking what opposing teams are giving him. To say he hasn't, in RBI spots, hasn't worried about hitting the ball over the fence per se, just getting a ball in there. And this one is going to be hit into that shift. Lowry knocks it down with his chest and retires. Fielder to win the inning. Rangers get a man on, but leaving now the last of the 10th inning. Melky Cabrera did a pass today. We'll lead it off to the side. Lowry, Garcia, 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the White Sox in this tie game. Phil Klein has come on to pitch for the 4th time. We saw Klein in last night's game. He came on in the 6th inning to deal with the bottom of the order. And so far, the number's been very good for the right-hander. Let's see if he can do something nobody else has been able to do today, and that is retire Melky Cabrera. 3 for 3 with a home run, a walk, and 2 runs scored.
You keep playing the games every day, and you go through a stretch of a week or 7 or 8 days where you don't get to pitch, and all of a sudden, bang, you pitch back-to-back days, and now you're in a game with a game on the line and extra innings. Good opportunity for Phil to come in and get the job done.
1-1. Currently 1-2 now on Melky Cabrera. This has been the tough part of the lineup. Cabrera and Lowry.
The last pitch was a changeup that Jeff Bannister remarked on was an improved pitch for Phil this year.
Oh, got him swinging.
Yep. That's exactly what he was trying to do. After the changeup, saw Brian Holiday put that sign up high. Phil threw it up high, got the strikeout. Great job. See Brian's glove. Deliver that up in the strike zone, out of the strike zone. Got Cabrera to chase it. Cabrera been on base 4 straight times. Good job there, Phil.
Strike one to Laurie. Singled and walked. 1 for 3 today. Klein is the 5th pitcher this afternoon. How about Colby Lewis? 6 innings, 1 run on 6 hits. Walked 4, struck out 3.
Same thing. That's some pitching right there. Strike 1, strike 2. Catcher puts the glove up high out of the strike zone. Phil hits the target. The batter swings at it 2 straight times. There's the glove way up high. Ball didn't necessarily hit the glove, but it was up high where he wanted it. Maury swung at a bad pitch and missed it. 2 up, 2 down, 2 strikeouts.
A whole lot better than that. Now Garcia. Old for 3, was hit by a pitch in the 8th. Middle game of a 3-game series. White Sox took the opener last night 5-0. Breaking ball, and it's 0-2 on Garcia. Now, there have been a couple of moments in this one today where it looked like the White Sox had it under control. Near miss 1-2. The count. The Rangers have made some spectacularly big plays in the late innings.
Trying to throw another high fastball. There it is. 3 straight times. Get 2 strikes, throw it out of the strike zone, and they swing at it. They're going to earn some stripes after that one.
Just follow the formula. 11th inning is next. Phil Klein, by the way, in fact, that was 11 pitches striking out the side.
I don't think I've ever seen that where a guy struck out the side and the 3rd pitch for each batter, the catcher called for a high strike out of, a high pitch out of the strike zone. The pitcher threw it and got a swing and a miss at the ball way out of the strike zone 3 straight times. That was a great inning for Phil. pressure-packed situation. First time this year he's had a chance to come into a game like that, and he delivered.
Well, now Matt Albers is on for the White Sox, and you just saw his numbers there. He has been extremely effective for the White Sox going back to last year.
About time for him to give up a run.
Well, I think it's the same concept as David Robertson and this bullpen blowing a save, right? It has to happen sooner or later. Well, Desmond has been the man today on the offensive side. Scored all 3 Rangers runs. It's 2-0.
He worked a couple of walks to get the last 2 runs. 2 walks, 2 stolen bases, 2 runs. Good formula.
And it's 3-0.
Moves so much you can't find the strike zone. Although he might differ with that. Throw 3 straight strikes right here. Otherwise you've got a fast base stealing threat leading off the inning on first base. There we go.
This tie, yeah.
He's walked 3 straight times. He's worked some walks. Those are his 7th, 8th, and 9th walks of the season so far.
Well, may this one end up in the same result as the previous 2, which is to say with a run. Walked in the 7th, eventually came around. Walked to lead off the 9th and eventually scored. Here's Mitch Moreland. Albers going to try and keep Desmond close.
A lot of times this is a bunt situation. Not a bunt. I doubt it's a bunt situation for Mitch Moreland, though. I'm just going to try to drive one in the alley somewhere. Well, he does have a big RBI man behind him in Elvis. Elvis been doing a great job this year with men in scoring position. Had the big sacrifice fly in the 9th inning to tie the game and put it into extra innings.
The RBI triple in the 7th. It put them up briefly 2-1. Desmond with a decent lead, but not going anywhere. And Albers having trouble finding the strike zone. 6 straight misses to start this relief appearance.
See, now they just switched. That's kind of what you were talking about earlier. Mitch gets ahead in the count, and the shift moves farther to the right.
That ball smoked. Snagged by Laurie, and they're able to get Desmond at second base.
Well, you're talking when they get 2 strikes, do they move back the other way? That particular time, the count went to 2-0. And all the infielders moved farther to a pull situation, knowing on a 2-0 count the hitter is going to look for a fastball and have a better chance to get out in front of it. So Lowry had just moved to the right. And you talk about taking a stab in the dark in a rope. That was a 1-hop smash that Mitch hit. Lowry waved at it and caught it right in the middle of his glove and almost turned a double play. What a play.
Hanser Alberto's pinch running for Moreland now. Well, here is Elvis. Huge day today.
There's ball 2. Now watch the infielders. I hope they do it. You're right, I was seeing things. They're getting a directive from the dugout. We didn't quite get there.
We're back to the videotape.
Watch him move. Watch him move.
There we go.
See Lowry move to that side. The shortstop move to that side. That was strategically done at the right time. And here comes the shot right at Lowry. I don't think if the same ball was hit, I don't think he would have had time to go a step to his left.
Albers continuing to struggle with command.
He's thrown 9 pitches, 1 strike, and that strike was hit about 110 miles an hour right at the second baseman.
Andrus, and it is 2-1. Second strike that Albers has thrown this inning. The other one was the ball smashed by Moreland.
I'd like to see where that ball would have gone if Mitch got that up in there. That would have went off the sign and back of the seats in right field. You have the exit speed of that ball?
Well, I was just trying to call it up, see if we could. Yeah, 112 miles per hour.
I would have said higher. I mean, 112 is hard, but you've mentioned some that have been 120. I thought that would have been right up there with those. That was a smash. What a play by Lowry.
Runner going. Fouled off. It's 2-2. So Hander was off for second base. Rangers have stolen 3 bases in this one this afternoon. Two to Elvis. Ooh, just missed.
That one could have gone either way. Fortunately, it went the Rangers' way and Elvis's way. I wouldn't take it again, though. You know what happened? That little late movement, you could see it come right back to the plate. Break on that pitch, but I'd swing at it the next time. But the hitter's fooled too. You see that ball looks like it's a little bit outside, and then boom, it comes right back a couple inches and catches the corner.
One out, 11th inning. And the pitch. And that one right back to Albers for the double play. Tough finish to the top of the 11th. We'll see what the White Sox have offensively when we come back. Deanna Navarro will lead things off for the White Sox. Meanwhile, Nick Martinez checks in to become the 6th Rangers pitcher in this one.
Nick has been the long man. He had an opportunity to be a long man. Now he's a short man. He's coming into the game on the line. Trying to duplicate what Phil Klein did the last inning. 3 up, 3 down.
3 strikeouts on 11 pitches for Klein in that 10th inning, and Martinez off the plate to start Navarro. Navarro came in to catch in the top of the 9th inning. Pardon me, top of the 8th inning. And then singled when he came up in the last of the 8th. (2-0) for Martinez. Just missed the outside corner. Issues a leadoff walk to Navarro in the 11th. Just as we had mentioned in the 8th inning, when Navarro was coming up with the bases loaded, that they had no options. They had to hit him there because he had already replaced Alex Avila. They cannot pinch run for Navarro. You could, you just wouldn't have anybody to catch the remainder of the game should it continue to the 12th inning. Now a miss on the first pitch to Austin Jackson. By the way, that 8th spot in the order filled by Alex Avila and Deanna Navarro. Walk, single, walk, single, walk.
Full house. for Nick trying to throw a strike right here, looking for that ground ball. Try to get a ground ball to an infielder, get that double play ball. One pitch away from it.
Way inside, and they may have caught
hit the bat.
Jackson's jersey.
Hit him. Thought it might have gotten the bat. Instead it was so far inside to hit him.
Just grazed him. So 2 men aboard in the 11th for the White Sox. Well, that barely got him.
If it didn't get him, the runner still would have gone to second. That was a major jam. Have to pitch out of it. I think it would be a bunt situation right here. Second, third, and fourth place hitters coming up after him.
Yep. Adam Eaton, 1 for 5 so far this afternoon. Not showing by.
They're thinking he's not likely to hit into a double play. He runs well. He's been the probably most consistent hitter early in the season. Why not let him try to drive the run in? You can definitely see that way of thinking. Why give up an out when you've got one of your best hitters up there?
He was 5 for 7 against Nick Martinez as well, so they might defer to that just a little bit. You know, when he was coming up in their minor league system, his manager in AAA was Brett Butler, one of the great bunters of the generation. He oftentimes spoke very highly of Eaton's abilities to do all those little things in a game. You ain't gonna learn to bunt. Anybody better than Butler. And again, you think his game, his style would lend itself to that sort of thing, but up there to hit, and they're going to have to give him a pitch to hit if it's going to happen. 3-0 the count.
Nick still trying to throw his first strike. 9 pitches, all of them out of the strike zone.
Walk Navarro, he's at second. Hit Jackson, he's at first. And there you go. 3-1 to Adam Eaton.
And a 1 hopper to shortstop.
Martinez delivers on the outside corner, and Eaton, it's a little bit of a display. Oftentimes doesn't sit well with a home plate umpire. That was a pretty good pitch.
If he throws it again, he better swing at it. Be following that bat right back to the dugout.
Payoff.
More outside.
A real mess for Nick Martinez here, and the skipper is going to jog out there this time. This is more than a simple conversation with the pitcher. And by the way, you only have 30 seconds. Bannister gesturing to get Desmond to come into the infield for this conversation. He wants everybody in except DeShields and Mazara.
He's going to get different glove. He's got his outfielder's glove on, so he's going to get an infielder's glove. Some managers, you definitely have to play the outfielder right here, because if it goes deep at all, it's a sacrifice fly. Some managers will play all 3 outfielders. Some managers will put 1 outfielder in left center, 1 in right center. Feel that the chances of getting a ground ball are a little bit greater, and put another man in the infield. Looks like that's what Banny's going to do. Or with the extra infielder, and only have 2 outfielders in this situation. It's obviously a desperate situation. You'll try for what you feel gives you the best opportunity.
The conversation in Denver these days has been about playing 4 outfielders. Here today, it's circumstantially the Rangers, for the moment, going to play with 2 outfielders.
Yeah, the outfielders have to come way in. They're not going to throw anybody out from out there. Keep coming.
I'm going to say the Shields can
come in.
Keep coming in.
They keep coming. If he catches it where he is right now, he's not throwing anybody out.
Although it is Navarro at third base. Loaded up for Jimmy Rollins. The next part of the equation, though, is Nick Martinez is going to have to throw strikes.
That's true. Defensive alignment only works if they put the ball in play.
A little blue. Might be playable for Beltre. Way over there and almost got it.
He almost got that. The problem would have been if he caught it.
Right.
I don't know if Navarro could have scored, but he might have tried.
Two and one. Beltre at third. And Desmond playing more of the traditional shortstop position up on the edge of the grass. And Elvis and Odor. And hands of Alberto over on the right side. 5 infielders. 2-2.
Went for the strikeout. Tried to throw a breaking ball. They've all been fastballs. Tried the curveball. Owens didn't fish for it.
Everybody up at U.S. Cellular. And the payoff. There's that bouncer to the plate, 1, and they'll settle for it. To the almost extra infielder help.
Almost had a play at third base. Move it out of the strike zone with some good movement on it, though. Hit the ground ball to second. Not going to get Rollins at first. Let's see if he had a play at third. Tough to tell. He had one big out, though. Good comeback from Nick. 5 infielders so far is working.
Of course, now you have legitimate speed over third base. And to that end, again, I go back to the Shields in left field. He's got to come in. If he catches a fly ball there, I don't think you...
No, he's not going to throw anybody off from there.
Abreu trying to put 4 on the board with that swing. 1 out. We've seen all kinds of fascinating defense in this series already. Here's a step off. Abreu, a left-handed hitter, just below the strike zone. Now this time, the Rangers go with the 3 infielders on the left side and 2 infielders on the right. The obvious tendency or concern, Abreu pulling the ball, and he does pull it, and that one gets through. White Sox win it on the bottom of the 11th inning. Jose Abreu sneaks one right through the left side of the infield. They take the second game of this series from the Rangers.
Abreu had been 0 for 5 in the ballgame. 4 for 45, but the little dribbler, even with 5 infielders, found a hole.
We made pretty sharp contact, but it was not too far to the left of Beltre.
That was a good pitch, right off the end of the bat. Down, barely a strike. Just snuck by him.
Yep. So it ends. Some great defensive plays in the 8th and 9th innings to allow this game to go extra. There you knew it. He was swinging for the fences early in the at-bat and then settled for the ground ball to the left side of the infield for the win. We'll be back with more in just a moment.